Hey, yo! What the fuck is up, chat? My stream! I'm in my low quality face cam today, but it's not without a good reason. For today, and you might be able to see this at the bottom right hand side of your screen, we now have the power to generate AI video live on your screen directly to you. So we're gonna mess around and do some of that. And as you can see right here, this is a dog running on water. I mean, what a video says a million words, you know. I mean, look at that. He's having the time of his life. Let's see. Let me just double check and make sure all systems are a go. Yeah. We're going. Yeah, my face cam looks like ass. But, I mean, what are you gonna do? Let me... Oh, let me check my audio delay. Make sure everything's good. Let's see. Bop, bop. If anybody asks, Apple is the worst company ever. I just tried to open my AirPods case. Let my phone connect to it. My phone is an Android. I'm using an iPhone for my face. And what does the iPhone do? It automatically detects, hey, there's AirPods nearby. AirPods that I don't care to connect to the iPhone. But what does it do? It interrupts the broadcast of my face. For no reason. Unasked. All in the name of simplicity. So old people and normies can use their phone better. I mean, I don't hate Apple like that, but I swear, some of the stuff they do. Okay, test. Blah 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 blah. All being no chilling. I think my audio delay is too high. Everything's messed up because I'm on the face cam today. Blah 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 blah. I guess it's close enough. Let's see. Close that out. Close that out. Okay. All right, let's do it. But we will get back to the dog shortly. First, I already have this other story going on. I'll just let the story roll. Okay. So the story begins with a kid rolling a burrito down a hill and suddenly realizing that it's getting bigger and bigger, like a snowball. Oh wait, hold on. I just realized the music is set to repeat. There we go. As the burrito rolled down the hill, the kid started to panic. The burrito was suddenly getting bigger and bigger, and he had no idea to stop it. Suddenly, the burrito was the size of a small car, and the kid was running for his life, dodging the giant burrito as it rolled after him. People in the street were staring in shock as the kid ran by, still being chased by the massive burrito. Cars honked their horns as the burrito rolled into traffic, causing chaos on the road. The kid finally managed to escape into an alleyway, but the burrito was too big to follow him. Breathless and scared, the kid watched as the burrito rolled away, destroying everything in its path. Okay. Let's see. I think as a kid, we're going to go look for a fireman. Yeah, we're just... Okay, we're gonna do that. Go look for a fireman. And our videos should take a little bit less than 30 seconds each to generate, so. The kid knew he needed help. He ran around the city looking for a fireman to help him stop the giant burrito. He asked people on the street if they knew where the nearest fire station was, but no one seemed to know. Finally, he saw a fire truck parked on the side of the road. He ran up to the firefighters and explained the situation to them. At first, they didn't believe him, but when they saw the giant burrito rolling down the street, they jumped into action. The firefighters used their hoses to spray the burrito with water. Hold on, wait. We could do better than that. Let's see. Yeah, all this new AI video stuff is super early stages kind of stuff, so it's not that good. Let's just do comical video of firefighters shooting a giant burrito with water. With fire hoses, yeah. Yeah. Okay, we'll let that run. The firefighters used their hoses to spray the burrito with water, hoping to slow it down, but the burrito was too big and too powerful. It rolled over the fire truck, crushing it completely. The kid was horrified. Okay. Let's. They're wrestling the burrito. It's kind of beautiful. Hold on, wait. I want more videos. Let's see, how can I rephrase this? Comical video, firefighters shooting fire hose water at giant burrito. Burrito. Okay. And that should be generating. Yep. Okay. Sweet. So what should we do? Let's see. Let's... Okay, I got an idea. Let's run to the local pier. Or we'll run to the beach. And we will get, we'll try to get the seagulls to eat the burrito. Run to the beach and try to get seagulls to eat the burrito. One second. The kid knew he needed to come up with a new plan. He remembered that the seagulls loved to eat food, and he knew there were always seagulls at the beach. He ran as fast as he could towards the beach, with the giant burrito rolling after him. Seagulls started to gather in the sky above the beach, sensing that there was food nearby. The kid threw pieces of the burrito into the air, hoping that the seagulls would eat them and... Wait, no, what? How is he not getting obliterated by the burrito? No. We're gonna regenerate that. Take two. Running to the beach. Running to the beach. Okay. The kid had a crazy idea. He remembered reading somewhere that seagulls would eat almost anything. So he ran to the beach, hoping to find a flock of seagulls to eat the giant burrito. When he arrived at the beach, he saw the seagulls flying around looking for food. He tried to get their attention by waving his arms and shouting, but they ignored him. Then he had an idea. He picked up a piece of the burrito and threw it at a seagull. To his surprise, the seagull caught the burrito in midair and started to eat it. The other seagulls saw this and started to fly towards the burrito. Before long, the entire flock was eating the burrito, taking bites out of it, as a giant mass rolled towards the water. As the burrito rolled into the ocean, the seagulls followed, still eating it. The kid watched in amazement as the burrito was carried away by the waves with the seagulls following it. get a Coast Guard boat to take you out to the burrito so they can take a picture of it for the newspaper. We gotta have evidence. The kid couldn't believe what just happened. He just witnessed a flock of seagulls eat a giant burrito that rolled down a hill and destroyed the city. He knew he had to share this story with the world, so he ran to the nearest harbor and flagged down a Coast Guard boat. When they pulled up next to him, he explained the situation and asked if they could take him out to the burrito so he could take a picture of it for the newspaper. The Coast Guard officers were skeptical at first. But when they heard the story, they couldn't resist. They took the kid out to the middle of the ocean where they saw the flock of seagulls still eating the burrito. The officers took out their cameras and started snapping pictures of the giant burrito and seagulls. The kid was overjoyed. He knew that this story would be front page news. As they sailed back to shore, the kid couldn't stop smiling. He'd witnessed something truly amazing, and he knew he would never forget it. Show us a video of the seagulls eating a burrito. As the Coast Guard boat sailed back to shore, the kid couldn't wait to see the pictures of the giant burrito and the seagulls. But as he looked out toward the ocean, he saw something even more amazing. The flock of seagulls had finished eating the burrito, but they had also grown to an enormous size. They were now the size of small airplanes with wingspans that stretched out over the horizon. The kid couldn't believe what he was seeing. The seagulls were flying toward... Oh my god! The seagulls are flying toward the city, and he knew that they would cause even more chaos. But he also knew that he had to share this story with the world. He's got his priorities straight. He's going for the clout. He ran to the nearest newspaper office and told them everything that had happened. They listened to his story, and they were amazed by it. They ran his story on the front page of the paper, and it became an instant sensation. The kid became a hero, celebrated by everyone in the city. And even though the seagulls had caused chaos, the kid knew he'd witnessed something truly amazing. The end. Clap, clap, clap. Clap, clap, clap. Not a bad story for starting off. That is a nice burrito. It's a nice sized burrito. Let's see. Hey Jenny, can you think of like a really absurd one sentence idea for a short story?
Sure, how about this? In a world where gravity is reversed, a group of skydivers must descend upwards to reach the ground.
No, it needs to be weirder. Like, for example, here's the last one I used.
Okay, here's another one for you. After a mishap in the lab, a scientist accidentally shrinks himself and discovers an entire world of microscopic creatures living inside his own belly button.
Give me one more suggestion and try to make it something that would be good for a video. Like, I'm using a video generation AI for all of the scenes, so it needs to be something that can be translated to video well.
How about this? A group of mischievous animals stumble upon a time machine and travel to different eras throughout history, causing chaos wherever they go. I imagine there could be some really fun and creative visual effects that could be used to bring this story to life on video.
Nah, we've already done time travel and a group of mischievous animals recently. Do you have anything else?
I apologize for that. Let me try again. In a world where people's emotions are visibly represented by the colors of their tears, a group of rebels must fight against an oppressive government that seeks to control and regulate every aspect of citizens' lives. This concept could...
No, I need it to be like really funny. I think I might go with the scientist getting shrunk if you don't have anything else.
Got it. I'm glad you like that one.
Yeah, we'll
It's
just go with that
definitely
one.
a strange and silly premise, but could make for some really fun visuals. If you need any more help or ideas, just let me know.
Let's see, can we spice it up? Oh, after a mishap in the lab. Okay, we'll make it, let's see. Instead of just him being in the lab by himself, we will have a field trip, a class field trip, going through his lab to witness it go down. Okay, yeah. Let's see. During a class field trip to the local science lab, sorry, I'm just voice annotating so I don't have to type. During a class field trip to the local science lab, okay, that sounds fine. During a class field trip to the local science lab, after a mishap in the lab, a scientist accidentally shrinks himself and discovers the entire world of microscopic creatures living inside his own belly button. Oh yeah, also I apologize for the different text layout. They updated the website that I'm using, and now the text looks like ass. I mean, it's still legible, but I don't like it. Yeah, I'm deciding to veto this idea. Just because I still don't feel like it's going to translate to video well. Okay, let's see. Let's get creative. Let's see. What would be something that would be funny on video? Let's go with the dog jet skiing. Might as well. I've already got the image going right here. Oh, no, that's the other one that I have. This is the other one. The story begins on a beautiful summer afternoon with a dog jet skiing across a lake. As the dog jet skied across the lake, it suddenly hit a wave and went flying into the air. It did a backflip and landed perfectly back on the jet ski, causing the crowd on the shore to erupt in cheers. The dog wearing its sunglasses and a life jacket. bark excitedly and wagged its tail as it sped across the water. Suddenly, a group of ducks appeared in front of the jet ski, causing the dog to swerve and almost crash. The ducks quacked in amusement as the dog regained control of the jet ski and continued on its way. As the sun set behind them, the dog and its jet ski disappeared to the distance, leaving the crowd on the shore in awe. Okay. Am I the dog? Should I be the dog or somebody in the crowd? If I'm in the crowd, I could go and try to follow the dog and befriend him. Yeah, we'll do that. Realizing that this dog is obviously the coolest dog in the world, I decide to get on a jet ski and try to meet up with him and befriend him.
Now, if you hip to what happened when the rooster called the hen, then you know what's going down.
We will approximately have a video in 5 seconds.
Think about it. Think about it.
There we go. You hop on the jet ski and race across the lake, feeling the wind in your hair and the sun on your face. As you jump over the wake of another boat, you spot the dog in the distance, still jet skiing like a pro. You speed up, trying to catch up to him. As you get closer, you notice that the dog is wearing a life jacket with the name tag that reads Max. You call out to him, but he doesn't seem to hear you over the sound of the motor. Suddenly, Max takes a sharp turn left and heads towards a narrow inlet on the side of the lake. Follow Max to see where he's going and what kind of shenanigans he's getting up to. Water break. You follow Max into the narrow inlet, the water suddenly becoming calm and the scenery turning lush with vegetation. The inlet winds around, revealing hidden coves and captivating scenery. Max seems to know the way, zigzagging through the water with ease. As you round a bend in the inlet, you see Max jumping off his jet ski and running into a small sandy beach. You follow suit, beaching your jet ski next to his. Max is running towards a group of people who are having a picnic on the beach. They welcome him with open arms, giving him a treat and petting him. One of the people, a woman with a friendly smile, introduces herself as Sarah and invites you to join them for some food. Join their picnic. Seems like a great idea. Oh, hold on. Let's see. I'm down the clown. No, not down the clown. I'm down to clown. Yeah. I wish this would work. Oh well. You decide to join Sarah and her group of let me start that over. You decide to join Sarah and her group of friends for the picnic. They welcome you warmly and offer you delicious food and refreshing drinks. exit that one out just in case. Nothing to see here. Just an experimental AI. Let's see, where were we at? You learn they're a group of friends who come to the beach every weekend to relax and have fun. As you eat, you watch Max play with the other dogs on the beach, running around and splashing in the water. You feel a sense of contentment and relaxation wash over you. Okay, no, we're gonna go back and edit this. Actually, we're gonna edit this. We're gonna direct the story. This is where we have some fun with it. Let's see. It turns out Max has a life that we could never have guessed. And his job is a... Oh, no. We'll make him a spy. No. We'll see what the AI can come up with. Okay. You follow Max into the narrow inlet, feeling the cool breeze as you navigate through the winding waterway. As you turn a corner, you see Max pull up to a small dock and jump off the jet ski. You slow down and park your jet ski next to Max's. As you approach Max, you notice that he's wearing a harness with a small camera attached to it. He barks at you excitedly, as if he's showing off his secret life. Okay. Suddenly, a group of people appear from behind a nearby building. They're wearing wetsuits and carrying scuba gear. One of the people steps forward and introduces himself as the owner of the local underwater salvage company. He explains that Max is their star employee and that he's able to navigate through the underwater world with ease. Max barks happily and wags his tail, clearly proud of his secret job. The owner invites you to join them on their next dive, promising that it'll be the adventure you won't forget. Okay, that is fire. Let's see. Join Max, the scuba diving dog, on his expedition. Excited to join Max on his next dive, you don a wetsuit and scuba gear and jump into the water. As you descend into the depths, you're greeted by a kaleidoscope of vivid colors and marine life. Schools of fish swim by and you spot a sea turtle lazily swimming in the distance. Max leads the way, expertly navigating through the underwater world. You follow him closely, feeling a sense of awe at the beauty surrounding you. As you swim deeper, you notice that the water is getting colder and darker. Suddenly you hear a loud noise and turn to see a giant octopus emerging from a nearby cave. It's angry and aggressive, and it's clear that it sees you and Max as a threat. I want to see a video of the dog. So we're going to make it happen. Scuba diving dog. Coral reef background. Action movie scene. Okay. That'll be done in a minute. Okay. It's angry and aggressive, and it's clear that it sees you and Max as a threat. Max barks fiercely, and you realize that this is no ordinary dog. He's a trained underwater warrior. Max charges the octopus, dodging its tentacles with ease. You follow his lead, and together you manage to defeat the giant creature. You high-five Max underwater, feeling a sense of accomplishment and camaraderie. As you surface back on the boat, you thank Max for the incredible adventure. He barks happily as if he's planning his next underwater mission. What? There's no dog in that picture? Scuba diving dog. Fighting giant octopus. Underwater. Coral reef. Background. Uno segundo. I would like to see this dog underwater. I want to get what I paid for. Can you blame me? Underwater dog. No. Let me just do scuba diving dog. What's a man gotta do to get a video of a scuba diving dog? That's better. Let's see. Man, that dog's having the time of his life. Okay. Underwater dog with scuba tank. Beautiful coral reef background. Honestly, I'm kind of hypnotized by this gif of this dog underwater. Just the combination of the music and the video, it's really doing it for me. I'm kind of mesmerized. he's a dogfish. Let's see. Maybe if I put scuba tank backpack. I'll try one more time. Let's see. Let's see. Scuba diving. Dog. We want to see a scuba diving dog. Hey, there we go. It took a couple of tries, but we got it. Look at that. He's really down there, having a blast. That's fantastic. Let's see. Okay, back to the story now that we have our imagery. So we fought the underwater octopus with Max. Obviously, we've got to go back again. Join him on his next mission to search for underwater treasure. Max is thrilled when you suggest going on an underwater treasure hunt. He barks and wags his tail excitedly, as if he's been waiting for this moment his entire life. You and Max board a small submarine and set off into the deep ocean. As you descend into the depths, you see all sorts of underwater creatures swimming by. You spot a school of colorful fish, a majestic whale shark, and even a pod of dolphins. Max barks in excitement at each new discovery. After a while, you reach a spot that the salvage company owner had marked it as a potential treasure site. You and Max put on your scuba gear and dive into the water. You swim around exploring the area. Oh, hold on. Okay. You swim around exploring the area and searching for any signs of treasure. Suddenly, Max starts barking frantically. You swim over to him and you see that he's found a small chest lying on the floor. You open it up and find it's filled with gold coins and precious jewels. You can hardly believe your luck. As you and Max celebrate your amazing find, you notice that a group of suspicious-looking divers is approaching. They look like they're up to no good. Okay. Hide the treasure behind some coral and confront them. Water break. You decide to hide the treasure behind some coral and confront the suspicious divers. You and Max swim towards them, ready to defend your discovery. As you approach, you see there are a group of tough-looking guys, all wearing black wetsuits and carrying knives. I think I still like that one. Let's see. They're all wearing black wetsuits and carrying knives. They look like they mean business. Hey, what are you doing here? One of them asks, eyeing you and Max suspiciously. We're treasure hunters, just like you reply, trying to sound confident. The men laughed derisively. You don't look like treasure hunters to me, one of them says, sneering. Suddenly, they pull out their knives and start swimming towards you. You and Max quickly take defensive positions, ready to fight if necessary. The fight is intense and chaotic, with knives flashing in the water and bubbles everywhere. You and Max are outnumbered, but you're determined to protect your treasure. After several minutes of fighting, you manage to disarm one of the divers and force them to retreat. As you catch your breath, you realize that the treasure is still hidden behind the coral. You and Max retrieve it and swim back up to the submarine, feeling a sense of relief and satisfaction. Take the treasure back to shore and celebrate. Let's see. Show a video of Max on a boat with treasure. Wait 1 second. Cancel. Fuck. 1 second. Let's let that video finish. So I don't think this is gonna get a dog. It's a good gif. You decide to take the treasure back to shore and celebrate your victory. You load the treasure chest onto a boat and Max jumps aboard, wagging his tail excitedly. As you sail back to the marina, you can't help but feel a sense of satisfaction and accomplishment. You brave the depths of the ocean and come away with a valuable haul. Once you reach the shore, you unload the treasure and admire your spoils. Gold coins spill out of the chest, glinting in the sunlight. Max jumps up and barks happily, as if he knew he played a crucial role in the adventure. You decide to throw a party on the boat, inviting all your friends to celebrate your success. You pop open a bottle of champagne and toast to your good fortune. Oh, here we go. Good God, that's a lot of coins. Hold on. Dog happy on a boat next to a treasure chest. Yeah. As the sun sets over the water, you realize that this has been one of the best days of your life. You feel grateful for the experience and for your faithful companion Max, who's been with you every step of the way. Let's see. Hey, let me record. Record. Oh, he's so happy. He got the treasure. Look at him. Max is so happy. He's so happy. He's rich. Okay, new story. What is that gonna say? I was talking for a few minutes. Wow. Celebratory coins. Okay. New story. Let's see. I'm gonna think really hard on this one. So give me 1 second. I'm not gonna say anything out loud. But when I come back from this mental journey, I'll have an idea so preposterous, so outlandish, that your eyes will cry tears of confusion. Let's see. I'm retreating deep into my dreams and my subconscious. Hold on, wait. I've got the perfect... Here we go. Okay. We will throw that up there. And then give me that dog. Okay. This is a visual representation of us entering my psyche. Let's see. Almost there. I'm cooking. I'm cooking. This melody always reminds me of Ben 10. For if you see him, you might be in for a big surprise. Okay. I have it. I have the story. The story is set in the 1980s. A evil scientist is trying to steal all of the manhole covers in the city using a giant machine that he's devised. I admit, not the most creative or outlandish story, but we'll see where it goes. Dr. Manhole. Dr. Manhole? Let's see if the video is any good. If the video is good, we'll run it. If not, we'll redo it. Yeah, we can read it. We can do better than that. Let's see. Ah, I'm choking. I gotta resort to AI. Hey Jenny, give me like a random funny plot.
Sure, here's a random funny plot idea. A shy and socially awkward guy discovers that he has the power to turn invisible whenever he farts. Hilarity ensues as he tries to navigate his newfound ability while simultaneously dodging bullies and trying to win the heart of his crush.
Okay, instead, just give me like a random setting for a story, like any time, any place.
Sure thing. How about a story set in a small, isolated town located on an island in the middle of an endless sea? The town's residents have lived there for generations and have developed their own unique culture and traditions that are unlike anything found on the mainland. One day, a mysterious stranger washes up on the shore, throwing everything they thought they knew into question.
No, I want something kind of more goofy and absurd.
I see, let me try another one then. How about a story set in a world where everyone has to wear animal...
Let's see. Hey Jenny, give me a random scene or situation from the 1980s.
Sure, here's a scene from the 1980s. A group of high school students are gathered around a TV, watching their favorite music videos on MTV while snacking on Pop Rocks and drinking Surge soda. They're all dressed in neon-colored clothing and scrunchies, discussing upcoming social events like prom and the big football game against their rivals. Suddenly, one of them receives an invitation to join a secret club that meets after midnight at the abandoned mall on the outskirts of town. Do they accept or decline?
Could you give me a more wacky and absurd scenario?
Certainly. Here's a wacky scenario from the 1980s. A group of scientists working for a top-secret government agency in the middle of the desert accidentally create an experimental time machine.
No, it needs to be something like a 5-year-old would come up with. Just really off the wall.
Ah, I understand. Here's an off-the-wall scenario for you. A group of talking animals attend a wild party on the dark side of the moon where they dance to funky space music and eat ice cream made out of moon rocks. Meanwhile, back on Earth, their human owners are frantically searching for them after realizing that they went missing from their backyard during a solar eclipse.
Let's see. Okay, let's go more open-ended with it. Let's go more open-ended. Okay. The story starts in the 1980s as a ranch hand is walking under the moonlight. No, that sounds too romantic. I'll just say on a ranch. Yeah. Okay. The sun blazed down on the dusty 80s ranch, and the cowboy hat-wearing rancher stepped out of his pickup truck, spurs jangling. He surveyed the land, nodding approvingly at the sight of his trusty steed, saddled up and ready to go. Dusty boots clumping, he made his way over to the horse and mounted up, ready to ride. As he guided the horse along the trails, he practiced his lasso tricks, expertly twirling the rope around his head and catching imaginary cattle. The hay bales were stacked high in the barn, and the country music blared from the radio in the background. The rancher felt at home in his western aesthetic, proud to fly the Texas flag on his property. Okay, I won't do the accent anymore. I'm so hungry I can't think. I think I need to go get some yogurt. I think that will clear my head. I will be right back.
Some mother's daughter somewhere in the world is gonna give up some love tonight. Cause love child Leo is on the prowl, looking for a love bone to squeeze real tight. Yum, yum, yummy, mama.
Okay, I have returned. And, even better news, I thought of an actually absurd story. The story starts with a giant floating pumpkin that is exploring on Halloween. Yeah, giant floating pumpkin. That ought to do the trick. Yeah, see? Yeah. And while that's going and generating the video, I will add some more music.
Now, if you hip to what happened,
Let's see.
called the end, then you know what's going down. Once I get you in mind again, think about it. Think about it.
Okay. And I'll go ahead and get one more video going for good measure. Let's see, giant floating jack-o'-lantern. Lovable. No. Yeah, we'll say giant floating jack-o'-lantern, cute 1980s family movie scene. Okay. The giant pumpkin floated through the air. Hold on. The giant pumpkin floated through the air, its carved face glowing brightly in the dark Halloween night. It flew over a small town with decorated houses, each one more spooky and scary than the last. The sound of scary, spooky music filled the air, and bats flew around in circles, adding to the eerie atmosphere. In the distance, a witch could be heard laughing as the pumpkin continued on its journey. The smell of pumpkin spice filled the air, adding to the Halloween magic. As the pumpkin explored the town, they came across a group of trick-or-treaters. They were dressed in... I can't speak. They were dressed in costumes, and their eyes widened in amazement as they saw the giant pumpkin floating in the air. The pumpkin let out a deep rumbling laugh, causing the trick-or-treaters to scream and run away in terror. The pumpkin continued to float through the town, enjoying the Halloween festivities. Nah, I don't like it. We could do better. Oh. It had an error. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum, bum. 1 second. God, that's a long prompt. Let's see. Let me give some direction to the story. Wait. Okay, I have an idea. The story starts with a group of trick-or-treating kids that stumble across a giant floating pumpkin on Halloween. And we'll say jack-o'-lantern. Jack-o'-lantern. In the 1980s. sometimes you gotta nudge it in the right direction. You know what I mean? Know what I'm saying? Water break. Okay. We might keep that one. The group of kids were all dressed up in their Halloween costumes, excited to go trick-or-treating around the neighborhood. They had heard stories about the haunted houses and the spooky decorations that some of the houses had put up, and they were eager to see them for themselves. As they walked down the street, they had noticed a strange glow coming from the nearby park. Being curious and adventurous, they decided to investigate. As they entered the park, they saw a giant jack-o'-lantern floating in the air, glowing and pulsing with an eerie light. The kids were amazed and a little scared by the sight. Suddenly, the jack-o'-lantern began to speak in a booming voice. "Greetings, children! I am the Pumpkin King, and I have come to grant you a Halloween wish. What is it that you desire?" The kids were both excited and terrified by the offer. They huddled together, whispering and debating what to wish for. One brave kid finally spoke up. "We wish for the best Halloween ever, with candy and spooky adventures." The Pumpkin King cackled with delight, and with a wave of his hand, the park began to transform into a Halloween wonderland. Pumpkins and ghosts appeared out of thin air, and the sky turned a deep shade of orange. The kids were overjoyed and ran off to explore the new Halloween world that had just been created for them. The kids were overjoyed and ran off to explore the new Halloween world that had been created just for them. Okay, let's see. Show a video of the park being transformed. And let's see. Okay. As the kids ran through the park, they saw that everything had been transformed into a Halloween wonderland. Pumpkins and ghosts appeared out of thin air, and the sky turned a deep shade of orange. The trees were covered in cobwebs and ghastly apparitions floated around. They could hear spooky music and... Oh wait, hold on, let me add some spooky music. Here we go. There we go. And then let me run that back. Okay. As the kids ran through the park, they saw that everything had been transformed into a Halloween wonderland. Pumpkins and ghosts appeared out of thin air, and the sky turned a deep shade of orange. The trees were covered in cobwebs and ghostly apparitions floated around. They could hear spooky music and the sound of witches cackling in the distance. The group of kids were thrilled and began to explore the new Halloween world. They went trick-or-treating at the houses that had been transformed and found candy everywhere. They also came across a giant haunted house that had appeared out of nowhere. They were scared, but excited to go inside. As they walked through the haunted house, they encountered jack-o'-lanterns, skeletons, witches, zombies, monsters, mummies, ghosts, spiders, and all sorts of spooky creatures. Finally, they reached the end of the haunted house and found themselves face to face with the Pumpkin King once again. "Did you enjoy your Halloween adventure, children?" he asked. The kids nodded eagerly, still buzzing with excitement. Well, I hope you have learned that sometimes the best Halloween experiences come from unexpected places. Happy Halloween! And with that, the Pumpkin King disappeared into thin air. The story now abandons the kids and starts to follow the Pumpkin King. Give me 1 second. BRB. I'm back. And I have an even better story idea. Let's see. The story begins following a 1970s orange salesman as he patrols through houses in a neighborhood. '70s orange salesman. Yes. What? Is that generating? Oh, it's generating. Okay. The story begins following a 1970s orange salesman as he patrols through houses in a desert neighborhood. The orange salesman, named Jerry, had been patrolling the desert neighborhood for years. His 70s style patrol vehicle, complete with orange stripes and a massive orange on the roof, was hard to miss as it rumbled through the quiet streets. Jerry was always sweating profusely despite the dry heat of the desert, and his bright orange uniform only seemed to make it worse. As he walked up to each house, fanny pack filled with oranges, Jerry would offer them to the residents with a smile that seemed almost too enthusiastic. His jargon was outdated and his hand gestures were bizarre, often making the residents suspicious of their strange neighbor. But Jerry didn't let it get to him. He had a job to do, and he was determined to do it well. Let's see. I'm thinking of what he could encounter. My first thought was a drug deal gone bad, but that's too Breaking Bad. Jesse. Let's see. Mr. White, I've got so many oranges I need to sell. Let's see. Jerry stumbles upon some sort of weird cult gathering in one of the houses. As Jerry approached one of the houses, he noticed something suspicious. As Jerry approached one of the houses, he noticed some suspicious activity going on. The house was dimly lit, with strange symbols drawn on the walls and ominous chanting coming from inside. Jerry, always wanted to investigate, cautiously made his way to the front door. As he opened the door, he was greeted by a group of hooded figures standing around. Oh god. I think that might actually be too creepy. That is legitimately too creepy. Let's see. New story. Let's see. Wait. Go back. And we will not go to a cult gathering. The cult gathering I was imagining in my head was a much more goofy one. Let's see. During his patrol, Jerry stumbles upon something strange. Going on. Jerry had seen many strange things during his patrols, but what he stumbled upon next was truly bizarre. As he drove past a small house, he noticed some suspicious activity going on inside. His curiosity piqued. Jerry parked his 70s-style patrol vehicle and approached the house on foot. Sweating profusely in the hot desert sun, Jerry peered through his binoculars with a look of intense concentration. His sunglasses, with orange lenses of course, made everything appear in a strange hue of orange. His orange socks, fanny pack, walkie-talkie, and flashlight completed the ensemble. I don't like this one. It's too focused on what he's wearing. Hold on. You don't have to include the plain text query in your message. Yeah. There we go. No, it's still doing it. Okay, hold on. Okay, fixing the story. The story begins following a 1970s orange salesman as he patrols through houses in a desert neighborhood, when he stumbles upon something strange. As a 70s-style orange salesman with a handlebar mustache patrols through the desert neighborhood, he notices a strange object glinting in the sun. He approaches it cautiously, his boots crunching on the sand. The object is unlike anything he's ever seen before. A small glowing orb that seems to pulse with an otherworldly energy. Suddenly the air around him grows thick and heavy, and he feels a sense of unease wash over him. He tries to turn and run, but his feet feel rooted to the spot. Shit. This is on my second monitor, so I can't see the resize. There we go. There we go. Okay. Suddenly, the air around him grows thick and heavy, and he feels a sense of unease wash over him. He tries to turn and run, but his feet feel rooted to the spot. The orb grows brighter and brighter, until it's almost blinding. Just as he thinks it's about to be consumed by the light, everything goes black. When he opens his eyes again, he finds himself in a strange alien landscape. The sky is a sickly shade of green, and the plants around him seem almost carnivorous in their appearance. Survey his surroundings, looking for any kind of tools or objects that might help him. The orange salesman looks around trying to get his bearings in the unfamiliar landscape. As he surveys his surroundings, he spots a cluster of strange glowing crystals in the distance. They seem to pulse with the same energy as the orb that brought him here. He cautiously approaches the crystals, reaching out to touch one. As his hand makes contact, he feels a jolt of electricity run through his body, but instead of pain, he feels a sudden surge of energy. Holy shit. But instead of pain, he feels a sudden surge of energy and strength. Oh wait. Yeah. That's where I was. I'll just start it back over. As his hand makes contact, he feels a jolt of electricity run through his body, but instead of pain, he feels a sudden surge of energy and strength. Looking around, he notices that the plants around him have shifted in color, turning from a sickly green to a vibrant orange. As he takes a step forward, he feels a burst of speed that sends him hurtling across the landscape. With the newfound power, the orange salesman begins to explore the alien world, looking for a way back home. But as he ventures deeper into the landscape, he realizes that he's not alone. Strange creatures lurking in the shadows, watching his every move. The orange salesman's name is Jerry. Let's see. Engage in some sort of huge and atmospheric battle. Jerry continues to explore the strange world, taking in vibrant colors and surrealistic landscapes around him. Suddenly, he hears a rustling in the bushes. As he turns to investigate, he comes face to face with a group of otherworldly creatures. Without hesitation, Jerry unleashes his newfound power, sending blasts of orange energy at the creatures. A fierce battle ensues, with the creatures lunging and clawing at him as he dodges and weaves between them. The landscape around them seems to shift and change in response to their battle, with rocks and trees spouting up from the ground and strange, glowing portals opening and closing at random. As the battle reaches its climax, Jerry finds himself surrounded on all sides, but just when it seems like he's about to be overwhelmed, he unleashes a massive burst of energy that sends the creatures flying in all directions. Panting and covered in sweat, Jerry looks around at the aftermath of the battle. The creatures lie motionless on the ground, their bodies smoking and charred. The landscape around him is scarred and burned, with strange glowing fissurings opening up in the ground. It's crazy. Investigate the fissures. As Jerry approaches the glowing fissures, he can feel a sense of curiosity and excitement building within him. He realizes that these oh wait, hold on, I just realized the music stopped. Why? Let's see. Yeah, that one sounds spacey. He realizes that these fissures may hold the key to unlocking the secrets of this strange world. Peering into one of the glowing crevices, Jerry sees a strange, pulsating mass at the bottom. Without hesitation, he jumps down into the fissure, landing with a soft thud. As he approaches the mass, he realizes he's living in some kind of living organism. He realizes that it's some kind of living organism, pulsing and throbbing with the strange energy. Jerry reaches out to touch it and his fingers make contact. He feels a sudden rush of knowledge and understanding. He realizes that this organism is responsible for creating and sustaining the world that he finds himself in. And with this understanding comes a newfound power, the ability to manipulate the very fabric of the world around him. What should we do next? With this newfound power, he creates a giant, massive mothership. With a surge of power, Jerry raises his arms and creates a massive, futuristic mothership. It hovers above him, its sleek, silver hull gleaming in the pulsating light of the strange world. As he climbs aboard the ship, he feels a sense of excitement and anticipation building within him. He knows that the ship will allow him to explore the far reaches of space, to discover the new worlds and civilizations beyond his wildest dreams. With a flick of a switch, the engines roar to life, and the ship hurtles forward in the void of hyperspace. Jerry watches in awe as stars streak by in a blur of light, his mind reeling with the sheer scale and magnitude of the universe around him. As the ship hurtles into the unknown, Jerry realizes that he truly has become a master of his own fate, a captain of his own destiny. And with the knowledge that it comes with And with this knowledge comes a sense of peace and contentment, knowing that he can explore and discover the wonders of his universe to his heart's content. Return to Earth and sell oranges. Jerry returns to the Earth in his mothership, landing in the heart of the bustling city. He steps out on the street, a 1970s-style orange salesman once again, but something is different. He sees the world with a new perspective, a sense of wonder and awe around him that he'd never had before. He sees the vibrancy of life around him, the hustle and bustle of the city, the beauty of the world that he had taken for granted for so long. And as he sells his oranges on the street corner, he feels a sense of contentment and joy that he realized he'd never experienced before. He realizes that it's not about the destination, but the journey. The experiences and adventures that shape us and make us who we are. As the sun sets out on the city, Jerry packs up his oranges and heads home with a sense of peace and contentment filling his heart. He knows that he will always have the memories of his epic journey, the strange and wonderful worlds that he discovered, and the knowledge that he is the master of his own destiny. And with that, his adventure comes to a close. Good job, Jerry. Water. Let's see. The story begins. Let me not type that because I'm lazy. Story begins in a 1970s pizzeria as we follow a delivery driver making an order. The 1970s pizzeria was a slice of nostalgia, with its vintage neon sign hanging outside and the red checkerboard. The 1970s pizzeria was a slice of nostalgia, with its vintage neon sign hanging outside of the red checkered tablecloths inside. The old school jukebox played classic Italian music, transporting customers back in time. The wooden interior was adorned with pictures of Italian landmarks and the aroma of fresh pizza from the pizza oven wafted through the air. And the aroma of the fresh pizza from the pizza oven The wooden interior was adorned with pictures of Italian landmarks and the aroma of fresh pizza from the pizza oven wafting through the air. In walked the pizza delivery boy, his scooter parked outside with a hot pizza box perched on the back. He made his way through the bustling diner, dodging waitresses and customers alike. Finally, he reached his destination and handed the customer their steaming hot pizza. Wait, where did he go? Why would he go? Why would he deliver pizzas to an Italian restaurant? Wait. You expect me to believe that a pizza delivery boy is delivering a pizza to an Italian restaurant? It said, oops, my bad, let me fix that. I love how when you call out ChatGPT on anything, it's just like, huh! Regardless of what it is. What? Okay, well, he went to a diner. Let me just restart it. The delivery driver, Donnie, was driving his 1970s pizza delivery car through the streets of the city. He arrived at the pizzeria, a retro-style joint with neon lines and vintage signage. Donnie walked in and was greeted by the owner, Tony, who was a comical character with a thick Brooklyn accent. Donnie picked up an order and headed out to deliver it. As he was driving, Donnie realized that he'd forgotten about the customer's drink. This is just a SpongeBob plot. He realized that he'd forgotten to get the customer's drink. He rushed back to the pizzeria to grab it, but when he returned to his car, he found out that it had been stolen. Donnie was devastated, but Tony had an idea. They jumped into Tony's car and began chasing the thief through the streets of the city. Donnie was hanging out the window trying to catch the thief, but he ended up being chased by a pack of dogs. Eventually, they caught up to the thief and retrieved the car. Start throwing pizzas at the thieves. Donnie was feeling particularly feisty after the car chase, and he thought he came up with the idea. Oh, fuck. 1 second. Okay. And video. Actually. Donnie was feeling particularly feisty after the car chase, and he came up with the idea to throw pizzas at the thieves. Tony thought it was a ridiculous idea, but he couldn't resist the opportunity for some pizza slapstick. They sped off after the thieves, and before they knew it, the chase had turned into an epic pizza fight. Flying dough and sauce filled the air as the two parties tossed pizzas at each other. Donnie and Tony were showing off their pizzas, tossing skills, and the comical characters involved made the food fight even more hilarious. Slow motion footage captured the chaos as the pizzas flew through the air. Eventually, the thieves were covered in pizza and surrounded. Donnie and Tony retrieved the stolen items and headed back to the pizzeria. The whole thing was so fun and chaotic they couldn't resist filming it and posting it on social media. The video went viral and the pizzeria became a hotspot for pizza lovers and pizza fight enthusiasts alike. Donnie realizes that he's in the 1970s and social media doesn't exist yet. And he... Hold on. Come on. Okay. Ultimate Instinct Shaggy gathers the Mystery Machine gang and teleports throughout time and social media to meet up with Donnie and correct the chaos that has occurred. Question mark? Let's see what happens. Video generating. Donnie looked around in confusion, wondering how he'd forgotten that social media hadn't even been invented yet. But before he could dwell on it, the mystery machine pulled up outside the pizzeria. Ultimate Instinct Shaggy, the leader of the Mystery Inc. gang, emerged from the van and greeted Donnie and Tony. Shaggy explained that they'd come to recruit Donnie for a mission involving time travel. They needed his pizza delivery skills to help save them. They needed his pizza delivery skills to help them save the world from a dangerous threat. Donnie was hesitant at first, but he couldn't resist the idea of traveling through time and space. The gang hopped into the mystery machine and they set off on a wild adventure. They encountered a sci-fi time portal that transported them to different eras and locations. They engaged in vintage car chases, battled comical characters, and experienced humorous bloopers and funny time travel fails. Epic fail. Throughout it all, Dramatic time travel music played in the background, adding to the retro feel of the adventure. They eventually found themselves in the presence of the dangerous threat, a group of aliens who were intent on taking over the world. Let's see. Hold on. Continue. Add dialogue. No. Don't forget the video. The aliens were unlike anything the gang had ever seen before. They had strange tentacled bodies and glowing eyes that seemed to peer into their very souls. They had strange tentacled bodies and glowing eyes that seemed to peer into their very souls. The mystery machine was no match for the alien spaceship, but the gang didn't let that stop them. They engaged in an epic retro sci-fi battle, with the mystery machine firing laser blasts and the aliens firing back with their own weapons. The thrilling action was heightened by the comical characters involved and the sci-fi special effects. "Don't worry, gang, I got this," Donnie yelled as he grabbed a pizza from the back of the van. "Time for some extra cheesy firepower." The team cheered as Donnie launched the pizza at the alien spaceship, causing it to short-circuit and explode. The gang emerged victorious, and the world was saved from certain doom. As they traveled back into the present day, the gang reflected on their adventure. "I can't believe we saved the world with pizza," Tony exclaimed. And here I thought it was just good for satisfying hunger. The gang laughed and joked, reliving the funny one-liners and comical moments from their adventure. It was a trip they would never forget, and one that would go down in history as the most epic time-traveling adventures ever. Let's see. New story. Let's see. The story begins with Courage the Cowardly Dog brushing his teeth. Courage was brushing his teeth when suddenly the bathroom door burst open and in walked his owners, Eustace and Muriel. They were dressed in their finest clothes and had a fancy look on their faces. Courage tried to say something, but the toothpaste in his mouth made it impossible. Eustace and Muriel... Wait, is the video generating? Yes. Oh God. That's the scariest dog brushing his teeth I've ever seen. Let's see. Courage the cowardly dog brushing teeth. Okay. Eustace and Muriel ignored him and began discussing their plans for the day. They were going to a dog show and they wanted to take Courage with them. The idea of being surrounded by other dogs made Courage's fur stand on end. He had always been self-conscious about his odd appearance and feared being judged by other dogs. Eustace and Muriel noticed Courage's reluctance and tried to reassure him, but it was no use. Good God. AI. You need to learn how to steal IP better. Let's see. Wait, does this still work? Courage the cowardly dog. Oh wait, actually I have it in my... There we go. Let's see if that works. Close enough. That works. The thought of being surrounded by other dogs made Courage's fur stand on end. He'd always been self-conscious about his odd appearance and feared being judged by other dogs. Eustace and Muriel noticed Courage's reluctance and tried to reassure him, but it was no use. Courage had to come up... This one is too storybooky. Oh well, I'll run it. Courage knew that he had to come up with a plan to avoid the dog show. Tear off planks of wood from the wall and construct a doghouse so he can stay inside. Courage sprang into action and began tearing off planks of wood from the bathroom walls to construct a doghouse. Eustace and Muriel watched in confusion as Courage nailed the pieces together and painted the doghouse in bright colors. It was a masterpiece. Feeling proud of his work, Courage crawled inside the doghouse and waited for Eustace and Muriel to leave. However, they decided they were going to check on Courage one more time before leaving. They were shocked to find Courage hiding in the doghouse, and were even more surprised at how well built it was. Eustace and Muriel were so impressed they decided to cancel the dog show and spend the day at home with Courage. Overjoyed, Courage came out of the doghouse and joined his owners for a day of fun activities. One day while Muriel is in the kitchen, one of her bananas comes to life and tries to attack Courage. Muriel had just bought a bunch of bananas from the grocery store. Oh shit. Oh shit. Muriel had just bought a bunch of bananas from the grocery store and had left them on the kitchen counter. Suddenly, one of the bananas came to life and started chasing Courage around the kitchen. The banana was shooting peel missiles and trying to attack Courage. Courage was terrified and didn't know how to fight back. Just as the banana was about to catch Courage, Muriel walked into the kitchen and saw what was happening. Without skipping a beat, she grabbed a frying pan and hit the banana over the head, knocking it unconscious. Muriel then picked up a banana and put it in a bowl of water to prevent it from coming back to life. Courage was relieved and grateful to Muriel for saving him. He now knew that he had to be more careful around the bananas from now on. The banana becomes a banana boat and floods Courage's house. Oh shit. It even sounds like he's saying banana. The banana that had knocked Muriel... Wait. How can I get this on one screen? The banana that Muriel had knocked unconscious had secretly transformed itself into a banana boat and was floating around in a bowl of water. Suddenly, the banana boat expanded in size and started flooding Courage's house. The water level rose rapidly and Courage was soon swimming around in his own living room. Eustace and Muriel rushed to see what was happening and were shocked to see their house flooded. Courage explained what had happened and they all worked together to try to stop the flood. However, the banana boat was too powerful and they couldn't stop it. Just when all seemed lost, the banana boat suddenly shrank back to a regular banana and floated harmlessly in the bowl of water. Courage and his owners were relieved and couldn't believe what had just happened. Shit. Damn you, Windows! Let's see. Why did it... Okay, let's see. The banana now becomes the narrator of the story and details his thoughts as he plots his revenge on Courage. I wish I could have this on screen and not have the text on screen. I guess I'll have to do that next stream. For now, I will just make the video smaller. As the banana sat in the bowl of water, he couldn't help but feel angry and vengeful towards Courage. He'd been knocked unconscious and flooded Courage's house. He'd been knocked unconscious and flooded Courage's house, but he wasn't done yet. The banana decided to become the narrator of the story and detail his thoughts as he plotted his revenge on Courage. In a villainous voice, the banana spoke of his plans to unleash a swarm of banana minions on Courage and take over the house. He would make Courage regret ever crossing him and would become the new ruler of the household. As the banana plotted his revenge, Courage and his owners went about their day, completely unaware of the danger that was brewing. The banana smiled to himself, knowing his revenge would be sweet. No, like, the banana actually speaks his inner thoughts and his monologues. Oh well. The banana sat in the bowl of water, seething with anger and plotting his revenge. As he gazed out into the world around him, he couldn't help but think how unfair it was that he'd been knocked unconscious and flooded Courage's house. He was a banana, damn it! And it deserved... I can't... As he gazed out at the world around him, he couldn't help but think how unfair it was that he'd been knocked unconscious and flooded Courage's house. He was a banana, damn it! And deserved to be treated with respect. As he thought about his revenge, the banana's inner monologue began to spill out of his mouth. He spoke in a villainous voice, detailing his plans to unleash a swarm of banana minions on Courage and take over the house. He would make Courage pay for what he had done and became the new ruler of the household. The banana's monologue continued throughout the day as he watched Courage and his owners go about their business completely unaware of the danger that was brewing. The banana smiled to himself, knowing that his revenge would be sweet. Finally, as night fell and the house grew quiet, the banana began to put his plan into action. He summoned his army of banana minions and prepared to launch his attack on Courage and his owners. Continue. Add dialogue. Wait. Don't forget the video. Smiley face. The banana minions charged through the house, knocking over furniture and causing chaos wherever they went. Courage and his owners were caught off guard, but quickly sprung into action to defend themselves.
What the heck is going on?
Exclaimed Eustace, brandishing a frying pan. It's the bananas! They've come to life! Muriel cried out in alarm. It's the bananas! They've come to life! Muriel cried out in alarm. Courage barked and growled, trying to fend off the swarm of banana minions. But there were too many of them, and they seemed to be multiplying by the second. The banana sat in his bowl of water, watching the chaos unfold with a smug grin on his face. Yes, my minions! Take over this house and make Courage pay for what he's done, he monologued. As the battle raged on, it seemed like the banana minions were gaining the upper hand. But just when all hope seemed lost, Courage had an idea. Quick, Muriel, grab the blender, he barked. Muriel hurried over to the kitchen counter and grabbed the blender, holding it out for Courage to see. Blend them up, Courage, she exclaimed. Courage nodded and with a fierce growl leapt into action. He began to round up the banana minions, herding them towards the blender. The banana watched in horror as minions were sucked into the blender one by one, until there were none left. The banana sat in his bowl of water, defeated and humiliated. Curse you, Courage! You may have won this battle, but the war is far from over, he monologued as he began to plot his revenge once again. What resources would a banana have? The banana logs onto the computer and navigates to a GeoCities webpage where he makes a purchase for his next plan. What will you do next? Bitch. Let's see. Don't forget the video. Just gotta remind it its job. There we go. Now it's making the video. Come on, video. Video. Was it too long? Oh, there it is. Come on, video. Video. Minions. It's actually minions. Ladies and gentlemen, we have minions in the building. Okay. That's so cursed. Let's redo that one. Let's see. The bananas purchased arrived the very next day, and he eagerly tore open the package. Inside was a shiny new ray gun, with a note that read, "Use this to take down Courage once and for all." The banana cackled with glee as he aimed the ray gun at Courage, who was snoozing in his dog bed. But just as he was about to pull the trigger, the ray gun malfunctioned and exploded in his face. But just as he was about to pull the trigger, the ray gun malfunctioned and exploded in his face. The banana screamed in pain as he flew across the room, crashing into a wall. When he looked in the mirror, he saw that he'd been transformed into a giant banana monster, with his arms and legs and a menacing growl. "I may have lost my ray gun, but I've gained even more power," he roared as he charged at Courage and his owners. Charged at Courage and his owners. The battle was even more intense than before, with Courage and his owners struggling to fend off the monstrous banana. But just when it seemed like all was lost, Miru had an idea. "Quick, Courage! Eat him!" she exclaimed. Courage hesitated for a moment, unsure of what to do, but then he realized that this was his chance to save the day once and for all. He leapt at the banana monster, sinking his teeth into the soft flesh. The banana monster howled in pain as it was consumed by Courage, until there was nothing left but a pile of peel on the ground. Courage and his owners breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that they had saved the day once again. But little did they know, the banana was already plotting his revenge, and he wouldn't stop until he destroyed them all. The banana hijacks a local parade. The banana had been waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike again, and he found it in the local parade. He snuck onto one of the floats, hiding behind a giant papier-mâché unicorn. Let's see. giant unicorn parade float. One second. I'm gonna eat some yogurt. The banana had been waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike again, and he found it in a local parade. He snuck onto one of the floats, hiding behind a giant papier-mâché unicorn. As the parade made its way through the town, the banana waited patiently for his moment to strike, and then, when the float passed by Courage's house, he pounced. With a maniacal laugh, the banana leapt onto the street, causing chaos and confusion among the parade goers. He climbed onto the unicorn, using its head as a perch to survey the chaos he had wrought. "You thought you could defeat me, Courage, but I am more powerful than ever," he taunted. Courage and his owners watched in horror as the banana wreaked havoc on the parade, but just when all seemed lost, they had an idea. "Quick, Muriel, grab the banana split," Courage barked. Muriel hurried over to the nearby ice cream stand and grabbed a banana split, holding it out for Courage to see. "Throw it at him, Courage!" she exclaimed. Courage nodded, and with a fierce bark, he leapt into action. He grabbed the banana split and hurled it at the banana, hitting him square in the face. The banana screamed in agony as the ice cream dripped down his face, blinding him. He stumbled backwards, falling off the unicorn and onto the street. Courage and his owners rushed over to the banana, ready to finish him off once and for all. But when they got closer, they saw that he was no longer a monster. Instead, he was just a regular banana, covered in ice cream and defeated. I give up," he muttered, as he lay there on the ground. Courage and his owners looked at each other in disbelief. They had won, and the banana was finally defeated. But as they walked away, they couldn't help but wonder, was this really the end? Or would the banana be back, again, ready to cause even more chaos and destruction? The banana brings to life some of Courage's toys, kind of like that movie, Toy Story. Delete. Days after the parade, Courage and his owners were finally able to relax and enjoy some peace and quiet. But little did they know, the banana was up to his old tricks again. One evening, as Courage slept soundly in his bed, the banana snuck into his toy room. He looked around at all of Courage's toys. Oh God. Days after the parade, Courage and his owners were finally able to relax and enjoy some peace and quiet. But little did they know, the banana was up to his old tricks again. One evening as Courage slept soundly in his bed, The banana snuck into his toy room. He looked around at Courage's toys. He looked around at all of Courage's toys. Okay. He looked around at all of Courage's toys, a wicked grin spreading across his face. You thought you had defeated me, Courage, but I still have a few tricks up my sleeve, he muttered. With the flick of his wrist, the banana brought to life some of Courage's toys, just like in the movie Toy Story. The stuffed animals and action figures sprang to life. Looking around in amazement. What's going on? One of the stuffed animals asked. I don't know, but it's kind of cool, one of the action figures replied. The toys began to explore the room, playing games and having fun, but the banana had other plans. He wanted the toys to turn on Courage and his owners and help them take over the house once and for all. Listen up, toys. You work for me now, and your first mission is to take out Courage and his owners, he commanded. The toys looked at each other nervously. They didn't want to hurt their beloved owner, but they also didn't want to anger the banana. What should we do? One of the stuffed animals whispered. But before they could come up with a plan, Courage woke up. He rubbed his eyes and looked around, confused by the sight of the toys moving around on their own. What the? He muttered. And then he saw the banana. He knew he had to act fast if he wanted to save his toys from the banana's evil clutches. Quick, Muriel! Grab the toy box, he barked. Muriel hurried over to the toy box and grabbed it, holding it out for Courage to see. Dump it on him, Courage, she exclaimed. Courage nodded, and with a fierce bark, he leapt into action. He grabbed the toy box and dumped it on the banana, burying him in an avalanche of toys. The toys watched in amazement as Courage defeated the banana once again. And this time, they knew that he was truly gone for good. As the toys settled back into their normal positions, Courage and his owners breathed a sigh of relief. They knew they had won the battle, but they also knew they had to stay vigilant. Because who knows what the banana might try next. The end. The end. I can't do another one of those missions. That was fun, controlling the banana though. Okay. New story. New story. Let's see. Let's see. Kind of want some food. Trying to think of something that's not just a man stumbling upon a mystical object or an inanimate object gaining sentience. And that's tough. Believe me, that's tough. What would be good on video? Let's see. Accessing the archive, searching the database. Let's see. We could do a story kind of like Night at the Museum with Ben Stiller and Robin Williams. Okay. One day while sleeping in a hammock, a man accidentally... No, hold on. Hold on. One day while sleeping in a hammock, the hammock wraps around the man and turns him into a butterfly. Let the video generate.
Some mother's daughter somewhere in the world is gonna give up some love tonight.
Video.
Leo is on the
Video.
looking for a love bone to squeeze real tight. Yum, yum, yummy, mama.
Let me try that one again. The man suddenly wakes up, feeling disoriented and dizzy from the strange dream he had just had. He looks around and sees the hammock still tightly wrapped around him. Oh wait. He looks around and sees the hammock still wrapped tightly around him. But as he tries to get out, he realizes that he can't move his arms or legs. Panic sets in as he realizes that his body is no longer human, but instead has been transformed into a beautiful butterfly. As he takes in his new surroundings, he notices that he's not in his backyard anymore. Instead, he's in a mystical forest surrounded by glowing trees and colorful flowers. He flutters his wings and takes off into the air, feeling a sense of freedom he's never experienced before. As he explores his surroundings, he encounters other creatures of the forest, including fairies, unicorns, and even a talking mushroom. They welcome him with open arms and explain that he's now part of their magical world.
When the rooster called the hen, then you know what's going down.
Attempt to establish a base camp and call in for backup.
Think about it.
The butterfly decides that he needs to establish a base camp and call for backup. He flies around the forest searching for a suitable location. After some time, he finds a clearing that's surrounded by tall trees and is easily defensible. He lands on a branch and starts to scout the area. That's not a butterfly, soldier. As he observes his surroundings, he notices that there are strange creatures lurking in the shadows. They seem to be watching him, but whenever he tries to get a closer look, they disappear. He decides to keep his distance and focus on his mission. Using his new butterfly abilities, he starts to build a nest out of leaves and twigs. It's not the most secure structure, but it'll have to do. Once his base camp is complete, he uses his wings to create a strong wind that carries his message across the forest. After a few moments, he hears a response. It's his backup team, consisting of a group of highly trained insects. They arrive at the clearing and greet him warmly. They're impressed by his transformation and are excited to work with him. Together, they start to explore the forest and gather information about the strange creatures that are lurking in the shadows. They encounter all sorts of mystical beings, from mischievous fairies to majestic unicorns. They also discover that the forest is home to a powerful sorceress who's been causing trouble in the nearby villages. Introduce some of his battle party. The butterfly introduces his battle party to the backup team. The ant, who's armed with a machine gun, is the leader of the group. He's joined by a spider with a katana, a beetle with a shield, and a grasshopper with a bow. They're all highly skilled and ready to fight. The butterfly and his party set out to locate the sorceress. Hold on, wait. We just want the ant with the machine gun. The butterfly introduces his battle party to the backup team. The ant, who's armed with a machine gun, is the leader of the group. He's joined by a spider with a katana, a beetle with a shield, and a grasshopper with a bow. They're all highly skilled and ready to fight. The butterfly and his party set out to locate the sorceress. They travel deep into the forest, encountering all sorts of obstacles along the way. They face off against giant spiders. That's not an ant with a machine gun. I want an ant with a machine gun. They travel deep into the forest, encountering all sorts of obstacles along the way. They face off against spiders, fire-breathing dragons, and even a group of angry trolls. Despite the challenges, they never lose sight of their mission. They finally reach the sorceress's lair, a dark and foreboding castle that's guarded by a fierce dragon. Close enough. The battle's intense. Hold on. Soldier ant in military uniform shooting a minigun. Action movie scene. Dramatic camera movements. Excuse me for 1 second. I would like to see an ant with a machine gun. A massive ant shooting a minigun. I can't afford to not record. Let's see. A giant turret being controlled by a massive, oversized ant. A giant mounted turret machine gun. We are gonna have an ant with a machine gun. And we're gonna have it pronto. Soldier! What on earth is that? Can we remove dramatic camera movements? I will be right back. I'm going to go get some snacks. I'm back. With snackies. I got pepperonis and blocks of cheese and 2 peanut butter cookies. And some more food. Watch a video.
With over 100 employees producing nearly 20 videos.
Pause this. I don't necessarily want to do it full screen. There we go. So leave that where it was. And we'll come back to it.
Videos a week, there are very few companies quite like Linus Media Group. So what's it like being an employee here? I don't know. I'm the boss, which is why my team has put together this video to try and explain what it's like to work for me, with me, and near me at this wild company, and we're gonna see if I'm completely out of touch. The only rules are that I'm not allowed to be involved in this video at all, including watching it, and I need to tell you about our sponsor.
ASUS, gaming on the go? Check out the ASUS ROG Strix XG16A HPE portable monitor. It's a 15.6-inch 1080p 144Hz display that offers smooth gameplay and has a fold-out kickstand that supports.
I like a lot of things about ASUS, except for the way they name a lot of things.
Disclaimer.
I've never been enthused by their...
My name is Sarah Butt. I'm a designer here and occasionally
I've never been
host.
enthused by
I've been here for
their
about
names,
3
their
years.
products, like the ROG series, Republic of Gamers.
Linus Media Group, and I've been working here since June 2022.
I'm Anthony. I'm a writer. I've been working here since 2017. What?
I'm Emily. I'm a video editor here, part-time camera operator, sometimes supervisor, sometimes.
My name's Arthur. Some of you guys might know me as Artie. I am the social media manager.
I'm Maria. I am the thumbnail artist, and I also take pictures for the
Thumbnail.
I run Tech Linked and LMG Clips and the pre-production part of the WAN show, and I've been here since April 2018. That was part-time though.
I think if we look back at the original goal of creating a team that was fun to work with and hardworking and passionate, that it's absolutely been a huge success.
What's your favorite part of working at LMG?
Oh, Jesus Christ. It's gonna sound cheesy, but my favorite part about working here is the people. I know, blah, 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 should be something better, but
I find there's a lot of like-minded people that I have very enjoyable conversations with on a daily basis. And I often find that I would rather just hang around and talk with my coworkers than work, so.
I think my favorite part of working here is the variety. And there's also a lot of freedom to do the weird stuff that nobody else would be able to.
Every day, and I'm learning something. Every project, whether it's something new or something I already know about, I'm gonna have to learn more about it.
I get to come in, work on crazy problems, most of which are Linus's fault. But you know, it's fun.
My favorite part of working at LMG is probably how different it is every day. There's always like 600 different things I should be doing, and there's about 18 hours of work that needs to be completed. I think one of the worst parts about working at LMG is that there's like 18 hours of work to do every day, and all the tasks are very varied.
I would probably say Colton.
It's fun stuff, but in a hurry. Every week is stressful. Every Friday, every day is hard. The upside of that is that you don't look at the clock and go, oh, it's only 2. You go, oh my God, it's already 2, which makes for a happier life, I think. It's just that your life might be shortened.
We're growing pretty fast right now, and that presents a bunch of challenges in terms of like getting systems in place. I don't really think that's a negative thing. That's just something we have to push through.
I don't follow things up. I am kind of scattershot when it comes to training, especially documentation. Like, creating processes is not something that I'm good at all.
I find it frustrating sometimes. I wish
I like
we could
creating
collaborate
processes.
a little bit more. And so I think that ties into, I don't love that we have to release so many videos. I don't know what our current count is weekly, but I know it's very high, and every video has to make it out. And there's not, a huge amount of resources or time that can be given to any particular one. And so I find very rarely am I particularly proud of a video I've worked on.
Because of the rising...
Yeah, I feel that. I always prefer to work on stuff that takes more effort and time, and just like focus on that.
Than I ever was. That, and we're much more strict about how much time we're able to work in the course of a day. So like I can't stay a little longer in one day to make sure I don't have to rush the next day. So everything's kind of more compressed, and there's more to it. And I feel like a lot of the time I'm just like rushing.
I don't like arriving at a set time. I don't like leaving at a set time. I don't like working exactly 8 hours per day. If I could do 6 one day and 10 the next, I think that would be great. The problem is that no matter what it is, if you have any kind of flexibility, someone is going to ruin it for everyone. And the bigger you get, the better the chances that that's going to happen.
I'd say fat. I've gained 30 pounds since I started here. And yet I'm somehow always tired.
Parking sucks.
There's no parking.
If you're not here by like 9 o'clock, you're probably not getting a parking spot, and you're gonna have to park on the street.
I think the worst part about working here is for a long time my direct report was Linus.
I hate looking for parking.
He's the most stubborn person I've ever met in my entire life.
When he does like the thumbnail reviews with me, one day he told me like, "Oh, why do you have my eyes blue?" I didn't turn your eyes blue. Like, what are you talking about? Like, he's in his own world and he's very busy.
Linus is the only boss I've ever had who hides in the bathroom to avoid doing work. And that makes him very relatable to me.
He farts a lot, just constantly.
Generally, he has a super good spirit about everything that we're doing, and he obviously cares a lot about all of the projects that we're working on too.
I would like one of their backpacks or a screwdriver.
He does have his ego. He does have his biggest fish in this bowl kind of thing going on. He does surround himself with like dissenting viewpoints.
I think working for me is the experience that you make it. And I see that people will just kind of treat me however they think a boss should be treated.
We yell at each other a lot.
The only thing that I can really do is say, look, don't call me sir, or, whatever else, right?
And I tell him he's an idiot.
He's very demanding and he has really high standards. He does change his mind, but it's usually for a good reason. So I've only ever had to basically argue full stop once.
I enjoy working with Linus a lot. When I first started at the company, I was worried, I would find him to be a rich guy weasel, full of himself. But what I find is he's more grounded, and he's self-deprecating in a way that I really appreciate.
If I had to distill down what makes me good at this, I think it's a combination of just generally being passionate about technology and having ADD. Really, though, my superpower is that I get bored before anyone else gets a chance.
Facts.
It's
Same here.
From the writing team, Linus, we should do a video about this. I'm like, yeah, I don't know, we've done something kind of like that. I don't want to do that again. Or the audience saying, we want more power supply unboxings. And I go, these are played out. I have nothing left to say. I'm bored. Let's move on. I think that's what's kept the channel fresh all these years.
When I'm training new designers on my team to work with Linus, the first thing I say is, don't tell him no, right? Like, he's going to come with you with an idea and he's going to be super passionate about it. And your job is not to say no, but it's to give him every single reason why not to do it. Or if it's not a dumb idea, what challenges present him in going the path that he chooses, right? It's kind of like diverting his attention into like a channel rather than him doing a shotgun of like, this is what it should be. So working with Linus is like trying to guide a river sometimes. It's like you can't stop it, but you might be able to get it to move in a particular direction. There's a lot of energy behind it.
Sometimes it's a little intimidating because to me, he's still like a celebrity. I know we work together. I'm able to talk to him whenever. But to me, he's that guy, I don't know.
The Linus of Linus Tech Tips can be a little daunting, but once you get comfortable in your position and he starts to get to know you, he's a great guy. When he's outside of his persona of like on and getting ready to be on camera, he's super generous, super nice, intense a little bit when he's filming, but I think in the way of wanting to be constructive and get things running the best they can do.
What the f is up with Linus? He's not like other people. I have a psychology degree. I could talk about Linus for decades.
I think on camera he just has to be flamboyant and really out there, but that's not necessarily who he is all the time. Otherwise he would like combust. Like you can't have that energy all the time.
He's happy on camera and a normal person when he's not on camera.
Slightly more likable in person.
If you've seen the WAN show, you pretty much know what Linus is like in person.
It's not like gonna be an Ellen DeGeneres situation where he's like a jerk. He's a very nice person. He's very good at keeping his cool. He's very professional. Last time I saw him get like mad on, like pretty mad because the shoot was a complete debacle and very public, was 2 years ago already. But if I was in his position, I would have a way worse reputation.
I would describe myself as an A-type, chaotic, generally trying to do the right thing, but also resigned to the fact that I can't change everything. And I think that can come across badly sometimes. I care too much.
How has LMG changed since you've started?
Bro, how has LMG changed since I started? Oh my god.
It's gone from it's sort of a company to it's definitely a company. Like, I'll level with you. I don't actually know half of the people who work here anymore.
We're in multiple buildings, multiple different departments, managers. I mean, even just that standard hierarchy that you have of like a department and a manager reporting to the CEO is like fairly new.
We've also added channels, we've added labs.
I mean, we've hired so many people, I can't hold the door open for anyone because I have no idea if they actually work here.
And then as you grow that rapidly, you have to start dealing with like real company stuff. Like, hey, we need a system for this because it's almost like unmanageable by a single person, or double the amount of people using the shop, so that means there's triple the amount of mess.
We went from just a few of us in the garage trying to survive with the hope that one day we will have enough revenue that we can all make a comfortable living. I was hand assembling our first set with sheets of drywall and a 2x2 frame that I didn't even know how to do properly. Like, I did everything myself, whereas now I get in trouble for doing things myself. I wanted to walk between the offices and James like pulled me aside and was like, you can't do that. That costs us whatever an opportunity costs. I mean, there's someone standing right out there making sure that I go to wherever I'm supposed to go to next right now. In some ways I'm the boss, in other ways I'm just ordered around all day.
Has Linus changed? Well, of course, as the audience knows, he's gone through the whole am I gonna retire portion. The environment around him has changed. Like, it used to be the case where he could just easily say, I would go and hang out with everyone who works here. Anyone who works here is cool. And like, they're all great people. It's like now, he just doesn't even know that.
It might seem like Linus has changed, but the thing is that everything else around him has changed, and he hasn't. And that's where some of the idea that, you know, Linus is out of touch, because spending $1,000 on a GPU doesn't sound like a bad idea anymore, but that's mostly because the shock has worn off. Like, it's been like that for years now.
I was very naive coming into this. I had no idea where this was headed. I think I've had to grow up, or at least act like I've grown up a lot. I have to be more professional now than I used to be. Luke tells me I've changed. He says it's mostly okay though.
He still likes to use Windows when it's not acceptable, like in a server. He's very stubborn. I do miss when things were simpler.
And I think that you would miss that because it's fun, you know? It's like there's not really a hierarchy. You're just kind of trying to get it out the door. And to a certain extent, we still do that. But doing the hard stuff is fun for a while, and then you kind of get sick of it, and now you want help.
I miss how it used to be every day. But I also see the opportunity that is over the horizon, because if I wasn't looking for what's new, what's next, what are the career advancement possibilities here? Ed would still be our only video editor. Luke would still be, making notes for scripts? Come on, right? Nobody's gonna stick around for that. I think our retention here has been really good, and I think that's a big part of it.
I think maybe
Retention.
that like working for a YouTube company is going to be this otherworldly experience. Like we're running around as if we're doing channel super fun stuff all the time. But in reality, it's surprisingly normal.
We get to make cool content that lots of people enjoy, but at the end of the day, I'm just sitting at a desk like you. You know, it's not really any different.
It's not as easy as we made a video. There's people behind it, and that's the whole story.
Our hosts, our staff, they don't really put on a persona when they're behind the camera. That is them. And that's something I think a lot of people don't realize, especially when people comment.
You know, whenever people have criticism, obviously we take it in, but you know, sometimes people aren't so constructive about it.
I mean, go on the subreddit and read the comments. 95% of them are completely incorrect, and 4% of them are mostly incorrect, leaving 1% that has any modicum of correctness to it. The subreddit infuriates me.
There's always a few people that you're like, that person, I hate that person.
You, Colton.
So the things that I would change are probably things that would just hurt us overall. I'd be like, let's not have deadlines. Let's publish less videos.
If I could change one thing about LMG, I'd make a car channel.
Yeah.
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 I wish we could back off the amount and focus on quality for a bit and kind of raise the bar of what we're outputting a little bit more.
I would like to focus on more content that is less expensive. It's hard to make that content, but at the same time, I think there's a huge audience for people who want that. So that's what I would like to see. More time for projects would be good.
I would probably try and hire like 5 more writers and just allow us more time to work on a video.
We never have time for retrospection. It's always just, that's out. What's the next thing? Moving forward, moving forward, moving forward. I acknowledge that it's a treadmill, but the reality of it is that that's not a pace that I set. That's a pace that's set by the platform, a pace that's set by the audience, a pace that's set by the tech industry in general.
I think it's kind of in our DNA. I think if we ever freed up more hours, we would just, well, let's have a whale land. We just are always I think that's part of the culture that comes from Linus and goes all the way down. It's like, we're just always gonna squeeze every last drop out. Would be nice if the pace was lessened a little bit so we could just like relax, maybe just like have some meetings on Fridays, have time to like debrief or look in the rearview mirror at how things went. But honestly, what the main thing I would change is the location.
I would move the office. I would go to the cheapest cost of living place.
Can we relocate to Calgary? Like, is that an option?
More dinosaurs.
Have a better snack bar like the one in KVHD has on his studio.
I think just adding more people and personalities and getting to show more vloggy stuff. And I think having an opportunity to show off some of the great people here that the audience doesn't get to meet, that are really awesome people. But I think we should continue to raise up the new or next generation of hosts and personalities.
What's the weirdest thing that's happened to you since you've started?
Oh, definitely taking pictures of my boss in underwear for lttstore.com.
Modeling underwear was really weird. Posting mostly naked pictures of myself on the internet.
The door was closed and the lights were off, and I opened the set, and Linus is standing there pulling up swim trunks. He's basically buck-ass naked, and I'm standing there, never met him before, never seen him in person, slack-jawed, just like, he's like, can I help you? As he's pulling up his swim trunks, I'm like, hi, I'm Tim. I'm from the labs. I need to get behind you. And he's like, oh, you're one of Gary's group. That makes sense.
I've slapped Linus in the face. I've thrown dildos at Dennis. Like, there's a B-roll shot from the OnlyFans video where I'm like wearing some like quasi fetish outfit. Anything for a video.
One of the weird things that happened to me was I was asked to buy a cantaloupe because we needed an analog for someone's ass.
The weirdest thing I've had to do here was wear James Stribe's wife's pregnant belly cast under a dress for a photo shoot for a video. I have multiple company tattoos on me for no reason. I didn't get paid for those. I have an LTT store tattoo. I've got an Illuminati tattoo. I've got a D-brand tattoo.
Is there anything that you wanted to say that I haven't covered? Or?
If there's one more thing that I could tell the audience, it would be this message from our sponsor.
Magic Spoon. Are you always reaching for that popcorn while binging your favorite show? Get your hands on some Magic Spoon cereal and feel a little less guilty. With tantalizing flavors like cocoa, peanut butter, and fruity, there's bound to be something to please your palate. Great with or without milk, their keto-friendly, delicious cereals have 0 grams of sugar, 13 to 14 grams of protein, and only 4 to 5 net grams of carbs per serving. Looking for something more convenient? Pick up some of their cereal bars. They only have 1 gram of sugar, 4 net grams of carbs, and they got 130 calories per bar. Don't just take our word for it. Magic Spoon has countless rave reviews. Click the link below and try out some of Magic Spoon's tasty offerings. Build your own variety box and use code Linus for $5 off.
Thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed this video, why don't you check out the original one of this that we did like 4 years ago? Maybe some opinions have changed.
Let's see. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Okay. Back to the story. We'll keep that one. We'll keep the ant. Close that. I guess that's gonna be that's ants, multiple, plural, holding a machine gun. Okay, so where were we at? Oh, that's right. Okay, so to recap, a guy got wrapped up in his hammock, became a butterfly, traveled to a distant world, and then he started to survey his surroundings, called in for backup, and now we're meeting the backup team. Oh, and then, let's see. Oh, they were traveling into the forest. They finally reached the sorceress's lair, a dark and foreboding castle that's guarded by a fierce dragon. The battle is intense, but the butterfly and his party emerge victorious. They enter the castle and confront the sorceress. She's a powerful witch, with the ability to control the elements. She uses her magic to defeat them, but they're too strong. With a final burst of energy, they defeat her and save the forest from her dark influence. The butterfly and his party are hailed as heroes, and they return to their base camp, exhausted but proud. They celebrate their victory with a feast of nectar and honey, and they share their stories of adventures. Do a party trick at the celebration. The butterfly decides to do a party trick to entertain his new friends. He flies over to a nearby patch of colorful flowers and lands on a leaf. He closes his eyes and concentrates, and suddenly, the flowers around him start to glow with a bright, colorful light. The other creatures of the forest gasp in amazement as the butterfly continues to work his magic. He flaps his wings and the flowers start to dance and twirl around him, creating a beautiful display of light and color. As the music, oh yeah, music. As the music picks up, the butterfly starts to fly, leaving behind a trail of glittering petals. He twirls and spins, his wings creating a mesmerizing pattern of light. The other creatures of the forest join in, and soon the clearing is filled with music, laughter, and dancing. The butterfly is thrilled to see his new friends having such a good time and continues to perform his party trick until the sun starts to rise. As the celebration comes to an end, the butterfly and his friends say their goodbyes. They promise to stay in touch and to continue to work together and protect the forest from any threats that may arise. The butterfly flies back into his base camp, feeling happy and content. He's come a long way since his transformation. He's excited to see what lies ahead. A group of sci-fi space marines suddenly enter the forest, and they're under attack. The butterfly is startled when he hears a loud explosion in the distance. He flies toward the sound and soon sees a group of sci-fi space marines being attacked by a group of aliens. The space marines are outnumbered and outgunned, and it looks like they're about to be defeated. Without hesitation, the butterfly flies down and lands on the shoulder of the lead space marine. He introduces himself and his battle party, and they quickly come up with a plan to defeat the aliens. The space marines provide cover fire, while the insect battle party takes out the aliens one by one. The ant with the machine gun is particularly effective, taking out multiple aliens with a single burst of fire. The battle's intense, but the butterfly and his party are determined to win. They work together seamlessly, taking out the aliens with precision and skill. Finally, the last alien falls, and the battlefield falls silent. The butterfly and his party are victorious once again, and the space marines thank them for their help. As the space marines prepare to move on, the butterfly and his party fly back to their base camp exhausted, but proud of their victory. The party joins the space marines in their trek into the outer unknown. The butterfly and his party are curious about the space marines and their mission. They decide to join the marines on their trek into the outer unknown, hoping to learn more about the galaxy and the threats that exist within it. As they travel through the vast expanse of space, the butterfly and his party are amazed by the beauty and wonder of the universe. They see stars and planets they never knew existed, and they encounter all kinds of strange and fascinating creatures. But the journey is not without its challenges. The space marines encounter many dangers along the way, including rogue asteroids, hostile alien races, and treacherous black holes. But the butterfly and his party are determined to help the space marines in any way they can. They use their unique skills and abilities to help the marines navigate through the galaxy and overcome their enemies. As the journey continues, the butterfly and his party form a strong bond with the marines. They become trusted allies and valued members of the team. Together they explore the outer reaches of the universe, facing all kinds of challenges and adventures along the way. Where's that video? 1 second. Banana. He's back. Where's the picture? I think it's running out of space. Oh no. Okay, it's working. Let's see what Jenny thinks.
That's a great question. The possibilities are endless when you're exploring the vast expanse of space. Maybe we'll encounter new civilizations and make intergalactic allies, or perhaps we'll stumble upon a planet with untold riches waiting to be discovered. Who knows? Maybe we'll even come across an ancient artifact that holds the key to unlocking some of the universe's greatest mysteries. Whatever happens next, one thing is for sure, it's going to be an adventure unlike any other.
No, I mean actually give me a command for what to do next.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. How about we use our imaginations and come up with some more wacky scenarios or characters to add to the story? Maybe we can introduce a new character who has an unusual power or ability that comes in handy during their space adventures. Or perhaps we could create a plot twist where they discover something unexpected on one of the planets they visit. What do you think?
See. One second. One day, the group lands on a mysterious planet that seems to be uninhabited. As they explore the planet, they come across an abandoned research facility. Intrigued by the facility, the Space Marines decide to investigate. The Butterfly and his party tag along, curious about what they might find. As they explore the facility, they discover that it was once used to study a powerful energy source that has since been lost. The Space Marines realize that this energy source could be the key to stopping a dangerous threat that they have been pursuing for some time. But... oh, wait 1 second. One second.
Now, if you hip to what happened when the rooster called the hen, then you know what's going down. Once I get you in mind again, think about it. Think about it.
As they explore the facility, they discovered that it was once used to study a powerful energy source that had since been lost. The Space Marines realize that this energy source could be the key to stopping a dangerous threat that they've been pursuing for some time. But before they can uncover more information, they are ambushed by a group of hostile aliens. The Space Marines and the Butterfly's party are forced to fight for their lives in a high-stakes battle. Just when it seems like all hope is lost, the Butterfly and his party come up with a daring plan to distract the aliens and allow the Space Marines to take them down. The plan works and the aliens are defeated. With the research facility secured, the Space Marines and the Butterfly's party are able to uncover more information about the energy source. They realize that it could be the key to defeating their enemy once and for all. As the Space Marines and the Butterfly's party continue their investigation of the research facility, they realize that the energy source that they seek is not on the planet, but on a nearby asteroid. The Space Marines quickly come up with a plan to retrieve the energy source, but they need the Butterfly and his party's help to make it a success. The Butterfly and his party eagerly agree to help the Marines, and they set out on the mission. They fly their ship through the asteroid fields, dodging rocks and debris as they go. Finally, they reach the asteroid containing the energy source. The Space Marines and the Butterfly's party work together to retrieve the energy source. They encounter some resistance from alien guards, but they're able to overcome them with their combined skills. As they make their way back to the ship, with the energy source in tow, they realize they are being followed by a group of enemy ships. The Space Marines and the Butterfly's party quickly prepare for battle, knowing they will need to fight if they want to escape with the energy source. Let's see. Let's see. What are we gonna do? Let's... Oh, I've got it. Hey Jenny, what was the mode of that spaceship in Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy?
The mode of transportation used in the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy is called the Heart of Gold, which is a spaceship powered by an infinite improbability drive that allows it to travel anywhere instantaneously by relying on the laws of probability rather than traditional means of propulsion.
They take a gamble on using their infinite improbability drive. The Space Marines and the Butterflies party realize that they are greatly outnumbered by the enemy ships. They know they will not be able to win this battle on their own. Suddenly, one of the Space Marines remembers that their ship is equipped with an infinite improbability drive. With no other options left, the Space Marines and the Butterflies party decide to take a gamble on the improbability drive. They activate the drive and watch as the universe around them begins to distort and twist. When the distortion clears, they find themselves in the middle of an asteroid field. The enemy ships are gone, and they are safe for the time being. However, they quickly realize that they have no idea where they are, or how to get back to their own galaxy. The Butterfly and his party suggest that they seek out a wise old space wizard who might be able to help them. Let's do that one. And this one. And this one. Okay. Let's see. So we're in a random asteroid field. Let's see. Asteroid field, asteroid field. Let's see. Oh wait. There's more to the story. The Butterfly and his party suggest they seek out a wise old space wizard who might be able to help them. The Space Marines are skeptical, but they have no other leads, so they agree to follow the Butterfly's suggestion. After some searching, they find the space wizard's hidden planet. The wizard agrees to help them, but only if they can complete a series of difficult challenges. The Space Marines and the Butterfly's party work together to complete the challenges using their unique skills and abilities to overcome each one. Finally, they complete the last challenge and are rewarded with the wizard's help. The wizard uses his powerful magic to transport the group back to their own galaxy. They land on a planet that is familiar to the Space Marines, and they realize they're finally close to defeating their enemy. The improbability drive glitched, and the transportation back to their own galaxy was just an illusion. In actuality, they are just at a space hookah lounge. As the group steps out of the ship, they are surprised to find themselves in a space hookah lounge. The Butterfly and his party are thrilled to discover a new place to explore, but the Space Marines are confused and frustrated. They start arguing with each other. Trying to figure out what went wrong with the improbability drive. The Butterfly and his party trying to calm them down and suggest that they enjoy their time at the hookah lounge while they figure things out. As they smoke the hookah and relax, they start to realize that something is not quite right. The music is too loud, the colors are too bright, and the people are around them seem too strange. Suddenly they hear a voice behind them. "Welcome to the illusion," says a mysterious figure. "You are trapped here until you can solve the puzzle and find your way out." The Space Marines and the Butterflies party are stunned. They realize that the transportation back to their own galaxy was just an illusion, and they are now trapped in this strange and surreal space. Let's see. Engage the first puzzle. What will they do next? The group turns to the mysterious figure and demands to know what the first puzzle is. The figure simply smiles and disappears in a cloud of smoke. As they look around the lounge, they notice that everything seems to be connected to a giant puzzle. The hookahs, the music, the colors, and even people are all part of the puzzle. The butterfly and his party start exploring the lounge and trying to solve the puzzle. They use their unique skills and abilities to decipher the clues and find hidden objects. The Space Marines initially are skeptical, but they soon realize that the butterfly and his party are onto something. They start helping out and using their military training to analyze the environment. As they work together, they start to unravel the mystery of the puzzle. They uncover that the hookahs are actually the key to unlocking the next part of the puzzle. They must smoke the hookahs in a specific order to reveal the next clue. The group starts smoking the hookahs, and soon they discover the next clue, and it leads them to a hidden room in the lounge where they find a strange device. Activate the device. No, I don't want it to be a teleportation device. Let's see. Let's see. Use the device to invite dancers over to the lounge so they can all have a giant party. they realize they need to teach the people how to dance. The group examines the strange device and discovers that it has the power to invite dancers to the lounge. They decide to use the device to bring in some entertainment and have a giant party. As they activate the device, they hear a loud whooshing sound, and suddenly the lounge is filled with people. The dancers are from all different planets and species, and they're wearing elaborate costumes and masks. The butterfly and his party start dancing along with the dancers, but they soon realize that the other people in the lounge don't know how to dance. They decide to teach them some moves and get everyone involved in the party. The Space Marines are initially hesitant, but they soon realize that dancing is a great way to relieve stress and bond with their new friends. They start dancing along with the group, and soon, everyone's having a great time. As the party continues, the group starts to notice that the dancers seem to be hiding something. They realize the dancers are actually spies from a rival planet sent to gather information on the group. Send the most decorated Space Marine to initiate in a dancing battle with them. The group quickly realizes that the dancers are actually spies from a rival planet, sent to gather information on the group. But instead of panicking, the butterfly and his party decide to have some fun with it. They call over the most decorated Space Marine and challenge the dancers to a dance battle. The Space Marine is hesitant at first, but he soon gets into the groove and starts showing off his moves. As the dance battle heats up, the butterfly and his party notice that the dancers are getting more and more agitated. They realize that the dancers were not expecting the group to be so skilled at dancing. The butterfly and his party use this to their advantage. They start incorporating more and more complex moves into their routine. They're flossing on them. The dancers try to keep up, but they're no match for the group's skills. In the end, the butterfly and his party emerge victorious. And the dancers are forced to reveal their true identities. In the end, the butterfly and his party emerge victorious, and the dancers are forced to reveal their true identities. The group ties them up and turns them over to the Space Marines, who promise to interrogate them and find out what they're really after. Let's see. Go back to their royal alien palace and demand answers. After the dance battle, the butterfly and his party gather together to discuss their next move. They realize they need to find out who sent the dancers and why. They decide to head back to their royal alien palace and demand answers. As they approach the palace, they notice that there are guards stationed outside. Wait, no. As they approach the palace, they notice that there are guards stationed outside. The group tries to sneak past the guards, but they are quickly caught. The guards escort them into the palace, where they are met by the ruler of the planet. The ruler is a stern-looking alien with a booming voice. He demands to know why they have come and what they want. The butterfly and his party explain that they were attacked by the dancers, and they want to know who sent them. The ruler is hesitant at first, but he eventually agrees to tell them what he knows. He reveals that the dancers were sent by a rival planet, who were trying to gain an advantage in the ongoing war in their two planets. The ruler explains that the war has been going on for years, and it's taken a heavy toll on both sides, or on both planets. The butterfly and his party are shocked by the revelation. They vow to do everything in their power to end the war and bring peace to the galaxy. use the energy source gathered earlier to turn all of the landmass of their planet into slime. Don't forget the video. The ruler of the alien planet is furious with the butterfly and his party for causing chaos on his planet. But before he can execute them, the butterfly pulls out the energy source they had gathered earlier and activates it. Suddenly, the ground beneath their feet starts to shake, and the entire landmass of the planet turns into slime. The ruler and his guards are caught off guard and fall into the slime, sinking down into the planet's core. The butterfly and his party quickly escape the planet, leaving the ruler and his guards to their fate. As they fly away, they can't help but laugh at the absurdity of what they just did. Let's see. Shortly after returning to the ship, their improbability drive snaps into action and delivers the man back to the hammock where he transformed into a butterfly at. Where he was initially. Shortly after returning to the ship, their improbability drive snaps into action and delivers the man back to the hammock where he's initially transformed into a butterfly at. Video. Let's see.
Now, if you hip to what happened when the rooster caught the hen, then you know what's going down. Once I get you in mind again, think about it.
1 second. As the man wakes up in his hammock, he realizes that it was all just a dream. He rubs his eyes and looks around, feeling relieved that it was just a strange and vivid dream. However, as he gets up from the hammock, he notices something strange. There are traces of slime on the ground and on the trees around him. Confused and curious, he decides to follow the trail of slime to see where it leads. As he walks deeper into the forest, the man discovers a strange and otherworldly landscape. The trees are twisted and gnarled, and the ground is covered in a thick layer of slime. Suddenly, he hears a strange noise, and he turns around to see a group of creatures emerging from the shadows. They are unlike anything he has ever seen before, with multiple eyes, tentacles, and strange appendages. The man freezes in fear, unsure of what to do, but then he remembers the lessons he learned from his dream: to be brave, to explore the unknown, and to never give up. Taking a deep breath, he steps forward and introduces himself to the creatures. To his surprise, they seem friendly and curious, and they invite him to explore their world with them. Over the next few days, the man learns more about the creatures and their way of life. He discovers that they have a deep connection to the slime that covers their planet, and it gives them incredible powers and abilities. As he spends more time with them, the man begins to feel a sense of belonging and purpose. He realizes that he's found something truly special, and that he's meant to be a part of this strange world. Absorb the slime into his eyes. At first, the creatures are hesitant to let the man absorb the slime into his eyes. They warn him that it could be dangerous and unpredictable, and that it could change him in ways he can't imagine. But the man is determined to explore this strange world to learn more about the creatures and their connection to the slime. He convinces them to let him try, promising to be careful and respectful of their culture. With their guidance, the man gently dips his fingers into the slime and slowly touches it to his eyes. At first, he feels a slight burning sensation, but then he begins to see things he never thought possible. The world around him transformed into a kaleidoscope of colors and patterns. He can see the energy and life force that flows through everything. He feels a deep connection to the creatures and to the planet itself, and he knows that he's become a part of something truly special. Over time, the man learns to control and harness his newfound powers, using them to explore the world and help the creatures in any way he can. He becomes a trusted ally and friend, and he knows that he has found He becomes a trusted ally and friend, and he knows that he has found his true home. As he looks out into the vast, beautiful landscape around him, the man can't help but feel grateful for the strange and wonderful journey that led him here. Show the video to wrap it up, and have a weird, quirky character wrap everything up with funny dialogue. Video. That's him absorbing the slime into his eyes. It's kind of sick. As the man looks out at the strange... Hold on, wait. As the man looks out at the strange and beautiful world around him, a quirky and eccentric character who had been watching him the entire time approaches him. The character is wearing a bright purple suit and has a large top hat on his head. He speaks in a fast-talking and whimsical manner. Well, look at you, my friend, the character says, twirling his mustache. You've gone and done it, now haven't you? You've gone and absorbed that alien slime into your eyes, and now you're seeing things that most people can only dream of. The man smiles, feeling a sense of camaraderie with the strange character. Yes, it's been quite the journey, he says. The character nods, looking out at the beautiful landscape. You know, my friend, I've seen a lot of strange things in my time, but I have to say, this is one of the strangest. But you know what they say, the universe is full of surprises. The man chuckles, feeling grateful for the strange and wonderful journey that led him here. As he looks out into the vibrant and colorful world around him, he knows that he's found something truly special. And with that, the quirky character tips his hat and disappears into the ether, leaving the man to journey. And with that, the quirky character tips his hat. One more time. And with that, the quirky character tips his hat and disappears into the ether, leaving the man to continue his journey into the unknown. The end. Bro, he's crazy for absorbing that slime. That's crazy. Well, I must bid you adieu. Thank you for watching the stream, even though the first part was kind of a rocky start. Okay, ta-ta for now. Catch you on the flip side.